Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, August the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Oh, I can see William has already responded in his very alliterative fashion. So, my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, somebody in YouTube, maybe let me know if you guys can hear me there also, then we can get going. So today's a big day, guys. Nvidia after hours. Nvidia releases earnings after hours. So all eyes on Nvidia, of course, after hours. China, guys. China is weak today. I noticed. Well, LI is actually, I believe it's an earnings play. Yeah, LI is an earnings play. One of the big China EV players. So it's down 5%. So is XPEF. So is NIO. But the overall China market is weak. VWAP. Overall China market is weakening, down almost 3%. Thank you, Aussie, in our YouTube room. NBY. Let's see. Take a look at this one. I think this is to do some insider buying some stock. Insider buying some stock. Yeah, David Lazar. Or I don't know who this guy is. I think he's a known commodity out there somewhere. David Lazar purchased, I think, up to 20%. I think it was 19.99%. Yeah. So I guess he had to report. So 19.99%. I recognize this guy's name. So anyway, that's his deal, or that's why NBY, I guess, is having a big a day today. Summit. Keep an eye on this summit. I mean, this summit, massive move yesterday, but a big sell-off most of the day. Now it's down below. Not only is it below yesterday's low, but it's below the low of 3 days before that. The next low underneath is 24.77. So still a little bit of room for Summit to keep moving down if it wants to. Some analysts are still trying. Well, Wainwright trying to get behind it. Okay, KDP trying to have a bit of a. No, I'm wrong. I think that was a fake print here. KDP at $33. So, okay, so KDP is still drifting down. VIR is, yeah, Bank of America upgraded it with a target of a buy and a target of 14 for VIR, Bank of America. So there's $5. I looked left and I just maybe little pockets where it could stall. Give me a moment. I don't think there's a lot of room for AZTR. No, AZTR. I didn't think there's a lot of room for it. It is up 71%. Now, doesn't mean it's going to stall at these areas. If it can take out 160, there's room, but another China stock. So a lot of China stocks are weak right now. So remember, the overall China market is down. Some stocks are down more than the index, though. Okay, this VHR, don't think I've seen this one before. So we're right at the 200-day moving average for VHR. Yeah, so the 270 is the next high looking left on the weekly charts. Then you've got to get through that. Then you've got to, get through three. So don't see a lot of room for this one to keep moving. Trading higher after the company announced the initiation of the sale of the company. Okay, Speaking of that, well, Canada Goose is putting themselves up for sale, taking but taking themselves private. The company reportedly received a take private bid. ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch, guys. This is an earnings play, and it's getting hammered down on earnings. Well, hammered down almost 6% on earnings. Pretty low float, 46 million in the float. 89.30 is the next low looking left, so there's a little bit of room for it to keep running down if it wants to. And on the flip side, we have Kohl's. Wow. I mean, there is room. Obviously, there is a ton of room. I know 2141 is the next high looking left for Kohl's, KSS. That's on the daily chart, so there's a ton of room. I can't remember anymore. Weren't they the stuff you're going to take over, or they were going to buy somebody, or somebody's going to buy them, and it's falling apart, or it's still on? Can't remember anymore. But I do know this, is that there's a lot of room looking left for Kohl's, KSS. I was going to mention MDB, Mongoose Database, MDB, yeah, MDB, where are you? I know you're somewhere. We're in the top 15 or 16. Oh, it's right there. Right there. Wow, 31%. You know, it's a pretty low float though. 79 million in the float for a $280 stock now. So that is a massive move. Not even close to a lifetime high. It's sort of in the middle of its lifetime high, 45%. All right, guys, I'm hearing RMTI, right at the 200-day moving average, right at the 200-day moving average. Supposed to be, RC, I'll confirm that. Talking with Dan, CEO of Trade Ideas, being in our YouTube room. Well, not our. He creates his own stream between 12 and 1. I'll be shedding more light on whether or not the money machine will be available to our premium subscribers this week in simulation mode only. 163, and the next time. So to me, there's just not enough room for this to keep moving before it starts hitting some potential resistance areas. Got to get through 163, 1. And now I'm talking about the RMTI. TTNP merger news. I don't see it anywhere. So let's take a look at TTNP. This is from the YouTube room. Approval of a 3-way merger. Okay. With Black Titan Core and Talon Tech. All right. So it looks like it stopped trading. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. That was yesterday. That was yesterday. But there's no. And that's where it closed yesterday. So basically, where it closed. DEVS, guys, DEVS. This is just popping in. So there's our next high for DEVS is 362 or so on the daily chart. Any news on this one? DevStream regains compliance with NASDAQ listing requirements. That's the headline. So they must have done what's the float? I don't know. 48 million in the float. Maybe they just did it on their own, guys. They didn't have to do a reverse split, though. It's got up to 675 in the pre-market. STS may be active again. Okay, let's take a look at STS. This is from William in our YouTube room. I know it's not STS. It's how you're missing one symbol. I remember what it is though. SATs. You're probably talking SATs. All right, guys. So it is now 9:12. So let me just go over. I want to take a look at that XLE and see how close it is again to the 200-day moving average. See if it's still a little bit above it. Yeah, it did close above it. You know, over the last 3 days, it's been right near it at some points, but it did close above it. So that is, and then XLV. How close are we getting to that 200-day moving average? Yeah, still in sight at least. Yeah, I just tried this morning also on the IPO. Somebody asked about the IPO scoop. It looks like it wants, I don't know, maybe they're, it looks like they want me to sign up for it again with a login and all. I have to check that. I just quickly looked at it and they wanted a password and a login. So maybe they're going to start charging for the site. I don't know. But no, it was an awesome site. Nice while it lasted, if that's the case. Have to be other IPO sites out there. I know there are. Found that one probably the easiest to navigate, but so what one is going to be today's crazy one? We had a couple of the H's last 2 days. A couple of H stocks, starting with the letter H. That went crazy. Not an H stock, but AHL. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, almost 1 million shares. Aspen Insurance. It'll pop here, 12%. See if there's any news on it. It's a buyout. Sompo Holdings to buy Aspen Insurance for $3.5 billion. The, it's a cash deal too, 37.50. No stock, all cash deal. It looks well. I'm assuming it's a little ambiguous here, so I'm not sure if it's an all cash deal or some stock also. But at any rate, 37.50. Well, Kohl's wasn't such a stock that is. I mean, I don't know what's going on with it in terms of their buyout, merger, going private, going public. Public now. But because look at the gap. So on that day, obviously they had some. Well, I mean, it got up to 21.44 and it closed down here at 12. One moment, please. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones that I haven't maybe talked about and maybe sneaking in. Well, there's the DEVS, guys. I mean, the DEVS, a little bit of room, as I said, to about the 362 mark. That out 381, 427. Okay, files for the resale of up to 38.85 million common shares by selling stockholders in the market, and that's opted. Oh, but they regained. That's right. They regained Nasdaq listing requirements. Okay. Love how these little companies always say we're a leading carbon management firm specializing, a leading one. You almost got delisted. Smuckers, yeah, this is Smucker. This is actually it's an earnings play, guys. So SJM Smuckers is an earnings play, and it is gapping down a lot on earnings. Okay, for lack thereof. 102. So what? It's tempting 100 through the excuse me. Yesterday, it got into the 200-day moving average. Was a little bit above it. Released earnings this morning for the market open. Well, obviously before the market opened, 9:30, and it has been whacked down. On the weekly chart, the next low was 100.74. So there is not quite $2. So that next, about $1.50 for that next low on the weekly chart anyway for SJM. And this is an earnings play. SPY is basically flat right now, 30 cents. So some insider, I guess, bought 40,000 shares. A director bought 40,000 shares at 11:36 of STSS at 11:36. So he's a little underwater right now. He bought them on. Well, it was disclosed on the 25th, a couple of days ago. So 1330 is the next. Excuse me, is the next high looking left for STSS. Now we have a float of 18. Now, hopefully, as was promised yesterday, we are going to dilution tracker for our information now, especially for the low float information. It was announced to me yesterday by guys at Trade Ideas. Hopefully by maybe the end of the week, but certainly by next week. We've struck a deal with them. So whether that float is completely correct, whatever it is, it's going to be low. Other little well, not a little earnings play. I mean, $23, but an earnings play, guys. ELMD, ELMD. Well, I guess any question is what other stocks, maybe small caps, that could move significantly with Nvidia. I mean, obviously anything to do with AI, I suppose. I can't think of specific stocks, but all Nvidia is about is really AI now, and I mean they do other things, obviously, but it's all about AI and what they're going to say and their guidance, etc. There's another earnings play, guys. PLAB, PLAB. So it pulled back a bit, 25.82 down to 24. Maybe this will be an interesting fade or something because this is now really starting to pull back quite a bit. PLAB is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. The volume will pick up. William, you follow, or you guys who follow Nvidia a little bit more than I do. Question from our YouTube room: what stocks could move significantly with Nvidia earnings, up or down? Any ideas? All right, guys, I want to get the layout I'm going to use once this market's open, or at 9:30, my 9:30 layout. I'm going to have to start freezing it like that, saving my layout. So the usual, well, you're looking at small. Those aren't small caps. I guess he was looking. Somebody asked him the YouTube room, okay, about small cap stocks that could move. Are based on now whatever Nvidia comes out with this afternoon. So of course, MU, they're not small caps, but give me a moment, guys. Yeah, I've seen that IPO. I have seen that one also. That is another IPO site. It's just not as pretty as the other one. Take a look at it after hours, okay? It might be just a sign up. Maybe you got to sign up. Maybe it might still be free, but they want you to create a sign in of some sort. Okay, guys, I will attempt to run two races. This is the large cap losers from the start of the race. And then this is the one that we were been watching, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I don't know if I talked about this one, PTNM. Yeah, this one, I don't understand this one. Are they trying to create a new element, titanium? On the daily chart, well, it's way up there. That's right. I did take a look at this. If you look at a weekly chart, yeah, seen this one before. So the next high is 184. So yeah, maybe this one, guys. I mean, this is cheap. Let's see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on this PTNM. Probably something somewhere, but I just don't see any news on it. 32%, a lot of volume. So the next, yeah, I mean, the next high is 186 on the weekly chart. But if it somehow takes out two, I think it's going to do that, of course, but at some point, look at that weekly chart. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert around that, around 146 or so, just to see if it starts moving when the market opens at 9:30. Yeah, rare do you see a stock this expensive making it into the top six here. This is again, this is the same as the pre-market actives up. Well, that's what it is. Only I've limited it to the top six. But rarely do you see a stock that is this expensive making it into the top six, and that is the MDB. Target raised to 325 from 275 by Stifel. Morgan Stanley raises the target also from 325 to 325 from 255. See anybody else? Cantor Fitzgerald. Boy, a lot of them are coming in. Cantor Fitzgerald from 271 to 312. Truist 275 to 330. So a lot of analysts are bullish on this company right now. BMO 315 price target. Boy, a lot of analysts are weighing in on this on these guys. Wedbush 300. OKTA, also an earnings play? No. Other, yeah, it was an earnings play. This is an earnings play also, guys. I didn't see this one. OKTA, didn't see it because it's only up 6%. So, but OKTA is also an earnings play. Take a look at it on a daily chart. So it's through the 200-day moving average as we speak. The next high is 90, not that far away on a percentage basis, 98.40. So yeah, thank you, RC. So we have less than a minute, guys. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Gonna let things settle down a little bit. Now we may not get anything in this large cap losers at the beginning, because there might not be any stocks meeting the requirements right off the beginning, right at the beginning. This one probably should not be a problem. Should start at 9:30. Okay. Markets put a little bit of a. Here we go. Okay, we do get a few. Boy, a little light up here. Usually this is full. And let's take a look at LXEH. So these are stocks that are weak, okay? Large cap losers from the start of the race. So here's Tiger. So you're seeing these are 3 to the 4, 4 to the 5, sorry, are all China stocks. China is weak today. China is weak today. Remember quadruple U yesterday? Big move. Look at it now. Not a collapse or anything, but there is the low of yesterday, 1141. That was a pretty big move for most of the day, but look what happened at the end of the day. It got up to 1335. It closed down here at 1232. Yeah, this is going to look ugly for a while, guys. Till we get some more symbols in here in this race. Another one gapping down right now, guys. Iren, IREN, room underneath. 2073 is the next low. So there, yeah, there's the NAMI. So could this be the crazy one today? I mean, it's a China stock. It just got halted. Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, this could be the crazy one today. I mean, 334 is the next high on the weekly chart, but it could even get crazier. So not saying to buy it or anything like that because it's going to get up here, but we're looking maybe for we've had two in a row crazy ones. BLNE guys on the move here. BLNE on the move. Beeline making a beeline for 225 here. 225 is the next high looking left. That is BLNE. INHD, this has been a super active one. 12% move from the start of the race. Another one, look at this. 623 is the next high, and it's halted. And this one is halted. Okay, guys. So just watching this. So there's a resumption 423. You got halted at 423. It opened underneath. So it got halted on the way down. Okay. I may have to stop this one, the large cap losers, and bring it back a little later. A pony on the way down, guys. A little bit of a pony on the way down. So pony next low looking left, it's 1419. Takes that out. Look out below 1310. Looking at some of the ones moving down. Okay, there's the devs, guys. We were watching the devs. Yeah, so the devs has got that room to 5 now on the on the weekly chart, okay? See, that's what you need us then plan to trade. The INHD was halted, yes, is halted, I should say. INHD is halted, still halted. VIR, guys, the last time I saw this, it was at around $5. So this has had a little move. The next high for VIR is 577. I think Bank of America put a $15 price target on it. This is what can happen, guys. Remember the BLNE looked really good up here and then it's dropped. Yeah, I decided to bring one of them back, one of the races back. Well, two now, but I may have to get rid of this one. It might be too much of a tax on my system to start off the day. INHD wasn't that far removed. Yeah, I mean, here is Sorry, yeah. If you're asking me about, you have to have a stop, right? Part of your trading plan has to be when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. Okay, if it doesn't work for you, and that's your stop. So when you ask, should we put a stop in? You always have to have a stop. See, guys, INHD. Come on, move. Guys, I took myself out of it basically flat. Okay, I had some profit up here, but I was hoping it would really start to surge. I may get back in. I'm going to put a price alert around 519. That might get me back in. Okay, I'm not saying anybody should do the same thing. NAMI guys, NAMI, straight up on that halt after that halt, and it just got halted again. This is right now the crazy one. I think I saw room to what, about three something on the weekly chart. Yeah, 338, 335. The INHD getting me interested again, guys. Holding five, holding five. Come on. All right, guys. Okay, into the 40s. I was looking for something into the 40s now. And how about the 50s? Okay, just just paired some off in case it's very volatile right now. I just paired some off. Now let's see if I can I mean, it's very parabolic. You can see it's way outside the wave on trade wave. Well, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my system here. Okay, gap up and go, guys. SERV, SERV, SERV is a gap up and go, but look left. Here's the next high looking left, 1150. If I can get through that, 1210. I hope so. Palm. Okay, this is not what I want. I don't want the large cap. I want the large. Oh, I guess I do. No, I want the ones moving down from that race. So let me bring that race back. Okay. So here are the large cap losers. Okay, from the not a race. These are the large cap losers. So in a 5 minute. Oh, wait a minute. I'm. Let me get. Well, that's 15 minutes. Okay, I'm going to have to. I want to get another column up here. I want to get. I have to add the 5 minute column to it. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just some issues I'm dealing with right now. So the first thing I want to do, if this is what I'm going to use, I want to save my layout. Okay, sorry. So are you talking about the duration of the race, which I have at 4 minutes? Or are you talking about the number of symbols that you see when you talk about the change the length of the race? Talking about the time period? Duration, okay. So if you I'm gonna duplicate this, okay, because I don't wanna lose my race. So I don't know if you've got my race up and running, but if you do, then click the square, okay? Once you click the square, the race stops. Right click and show race setup. Right click in the body and then show race setup. And up here, right here, minutes to run. Okay. Can you see what I've done there? And there it is, minutes to run. And it's, just toggle or an up and down arrows. Probably even can type it in if you wanted to. But so do you see that? And then then once you're done that, then hit the right arrow. Yes. And then it'll start again. Okay, so any changes you want to make, maybe you don't want to see 10 stocks as an example. And then, yeah, just so make your changes here. And then after that, hit that little right arrow. And that's when your race will start. Yeah, well, that's it for me in the INHD, guys. I did okay. Not what I was really hoping for one of those crazy runners, but I'll watch it later on. The NAMI, the NAMI was really big at the beginning, but it is pulled back now. Just going to do something here. That's one of the reasons. Okay, guys, I did not change. So I'm going to lose some of these races. I'm going to make a change here. Wish I could do it in here. I mean, it's coming back, but it has been super volatile. We're talking about the the INHD, very volatile. You know who's going to be a happy person today? Is Steve Gomez. He was in this RR. It's all about robotics right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to try something here. Okay, it's going to. I thought I had done it yesterday. Apple. Okay, guys. So Your Lightspeed? I don't know if there's anybody in this room that's using Lightspeed. Let me ask Chris. I don't think there's a problem. I think you just have to run both as administrator mode, I think. But let me ask Chris. He usually knows all. So give me a moment, Yael. I just want to just had to contact Chris. Pretty sure it's just running both in administration mode. Pretty sure. A moment, guys. Okay, so question in our YouTube room. Any word on the? Well, you know what? You can ask the CEO. He'll be in. He'll have a YouTube stream starting at noon Eastern time. And I'm sure he's going to shed some light. I know he said last week that it was 100% this week in simulation mode, right? In simulation mode. And that's for our premium subscribers. That is so the premium subscribers, you'll have access, according to Dan, last week anyway, sometime this week in simulation mode. You have to be a premium subscriber. So Chris said, as long as you're using, you probably are, if you're using the downloadable application, not the web-based version of Fidelity, um, yeah, I mean, it's probably you have to run both in administration mode. Okay. Well, you'll know your premium if you have access to the AI, Yael. Okay. If you have access to the AI, then your premium. It's got nothing to do whether you're monthly or annual. Okay. I just never have had. I've never had fidelity, so I can't even demonstrate it. So yeah, I guess I could have had a wider stop on it, but you never know with these things. But you're right. I'm not in it for the third time, unfortunately. INHD. Oh, Lightspeed, Lightspeed. I'm sorry, Lightspeed. Yes, same thing, same thing. We link with most brokers. Okay, just if, but you probably have to run Trade Ideas and your platform run in administration mode or administrator mode. Okay, I did ask him about Lightspeed though. Well, it's probably. I mean, I can't tell you because I've never had it, but probably it's the order entry. Just like an IB, probably in order entry, and then run through the and then shift and see first of all if it establishes the link. It'll tell you. I can't, but I cannot tell you because I don't have it. I've never had it. Ah, it's doing this thing. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to. Oh man, 622. It got to. Oh, wasn't that the area that? No, no. This is the high of a couple of days ago. So if you're still in this one, you've got this 625 is the next high. You were right, William, about the Sats. It was a buy on. Well, did have the pullback, but it looks pretty good right now. That red line right there is the next high looking left on a daily chart somewhere. Okay, guys. Well, 10:06 already. Got some issues. So give me a moment. I just want to get my homepage link in. We do have a promo on now. A little complicated. Well, not terribly complicated, but I'll have to explain a little bit about it. Okay, so I've put my homepage link in. I've also put Barry 28 underneath. I don't think it's been, yeah. So this has not been changed yet. Okay. I asked him to do it last night, but I guess he didn't do it. So anyway, so we do have a promo code. So please listen carefully. I'll type it in. Okay, so I typed in Barry 22 and Barry 28. So you can use Barry 22. That'll get you 15% off both monthlies. We have a premium and standard monthly, and also 22% off an annual standard. Okay. How you can get 28% off is on an annual premium. You got to make sure you want it. Okay. But if you do want to upgrade to an annual premium, or if you right now maybe you've got monthly one of the programs monthly, and you do like the program and you want to upgrade to an annual premium, you can get 28% off. Otherwise, if you're brand new, you can get 22% off the monthly subscriptions and an annual standard. Basically, we have four subscriptions: two monthly for the two monthlies on the annual and standard and premium, and of course 2 annuals on the standard and premium. So if you have any, if you want more further clarification, just let me know. It just hasn't been changed on my homepage yet. Trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have email, check your promotions folder. And I should have mentioned also, all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my promo code. It helps to keep the room free. Okay, the company tracks the promo codes. They see mine being used enough, they'll keep the room free. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, click on the more info. First thing to do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. Short videos to get started with Trade Ideas. Okay, it's a software program, a bit of a learning curve, obviously, but we've tried to make it very simple. If you take a look, it'll get you started. Well, that's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. It's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll get you started. And what are the differences between an alert window, a top list window, etc. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're thinking about getting it, what I would do before you do that is I would start off on that second video and watch them. Again, very short videos that'll give you an idea about maybe whether or not this program is right for you. Back to basics. New to trading, this is a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. It's all free. My scans. If you want my scans, and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. So this is the most up in 5 minutes, but it's a change in 5 minutes, really. It could be up, could be down, okay? The biggest change, so that's why you'll see negative numbers, which is excellent if you're looking for pullbacks, okay? This is the 2-minute version of it. I don't have it up and running. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. This, I don't have this on my homepage, but I can, if you want it, I can show you how to get it. It's just this is the large cap losers it's not from the start of the race, but it's a tree map. Remember, all races and tree maps start off from a top list window, okay, that you can control. Controlling meaning, you put whatever filters you want, price range, minimum volume, things like that. Pulse resumes is down here. A momentum scan, it's on another window or another monitor. It's over here. And the gap continuation or reversal scan is here. That's what it looks like. And then Pepe's combo scan is here. I haven't had a chance to look at anything else. So if you're new to all this, if you're new to our YouTube room, and if you're new to the main room, welcome. This is the format. Now, the main room is open at 7:30 Eastern Time. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas opens it up at 7:30 Eastern Time in the morning, of course. I get on around 9 o'clock. Why so late? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada. So I always say Canada because there's a Vancouver, Washington. So a little early for me to open it at 7:30 Eastern Time. So I get on the mic at about 9. I try to open the YouTube room It's sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. Excuse me. Now it's a trading room, but if you do have questions, it's also a support room. If you have questions, you can ask me all day long. Questions. If you have an accounting type question, though, I more than likely will not be able to answer it, but I will be able to direct you to people who can answer it. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the name of this. Okay, because this is not actually the name. Okay. Okay. I'm just answering your question now. So when you look at NAMI on a daily chart and you look left, you can't see a candle. Yes, I could if I really scrolled back, I would be able to see something. But what I'd rather do is just take a look at the weekly chart then. And because let's say NAMI was at the high, more at the high of the day, then I'd be looking left to see where could it go before it hits the next high. I couldn't see it on the daily chart, so I look at a weekly chart, and that here it's up here. So obviously, it's got room if it wants to keep moving until it hits a high like that. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. And if I couldn't see it on a weekly chart, then I'm going to look at a monthly chart. So that's what I mean when I say there is room. So that's why I should always look at higher time frames. So this is what I mean, guys. So he see Tiger, it went up 1%, okay, in a 5 minute period. So it is still down for the day, huge. It's a large cap loser, but this is what. So you see a positive number here. That means it has popped just a little bit, okay, within a 5 minute period. And that look at the INHC now, it's dropped 10% in a 5-minute period, within a 5-minute period. 5-minute period doesn't have to be over, but within a 5-minute period. So this is how you can start looking for stocks that are perhaps pulling back. Okay. And if it's pulling back to an area that you like, maybe to the VWAP, maybe to maybe you've got a moving average on your chart, depending on what time frame you're using, and that you like to see a stock moving into to see if it holds as support. Okay, so you see a negative number here. Yeah, SPY's had a nice lift now, guys. I don't think on the economic calendar, I didn't see anything. There's some bond action, I think at 10, 11 o'clock, I believe. But I didn't see anything else on the economic calendar, no data points that to be released. So that's why I didn't put anything in there. In the well, this INHD is a challenge, isn't it? So look what it did. Got right into the VWAP. Nice one, William. I don't know if you took the Sats. How far? Well, let's take a look at the SPY in the weekly chart. That'll give us an idea. Um, what 646? Go monthly. Yeah, 646. So very close, if not at it. 646.50 looks like the all-time high right over here last week. Looks like. Okay, guys, ALLR. This was a big one, I believe, yesterday, and it pulled back though. Yeah, I mean, this got up to 236, closed way down here, 143, above the close of yesterday. Of course, now and the next high looking left, so it's got room, but not a confidence doesn't inspire a lot of confidence when the stock gets up to 235 and then it closes basically at the bottom of the day. Then you don't have do you not have the reentry price column, Captain? You're talking about the BHR probably, right? There's the reentry. And if so, do you not have the reentry price column? The other thing is don't have it. Maybe you've got profitable trades. Uncheck that. Uncheck that. Okay. Uncheck it. Always uncheck it. So maybe that's the reason. Uncheck it and keep it unchecked. That might be the reason why you're not seeing it. Okay. Did that work, Captain? Yeah, I wish I'd been paying a little more attention to the STSS. I know I mentioned it in the pre-market. Some guy named David. Is it Lazar? I think I recognize the name. I think he's sort of a known individual out there. 1330 is the next high. So, Captain, did I answer your question? Oh, Shady's back. Okay, PTNM, Pitanium. A lot of room, ton of room. Right up to 140, pulled back a little. There's the VWAP. Maybe it has to get through the VWAP. I don't know. 136 is the VWAP. But when we looked earlier on that weekly chart, look, I mean, he's got on the weekly chart, 189 is the next high. So that's, looking left. Certainly has room if it wants to keep moving. So, Captain, did you hear me? I just want to make sure I can move on. Regarding, you said the reentry. Why does it not have a reentry price? I thought it was David Lazar. Okay, so do you not have the reentry price column up? Well, no, the reentry price is halfway between the stop or the original alert price and the stop. Okay, so if you take, halfway between 290 and 281 is 286. Okay, and so you should see that number right there, 286 in the reentry price. The only one. Okay, guys, what I did not do is that, well, it should be simple. I mean, if you have this window up and running and you have profit, you've unchecked it, profitable trades. You should see all the alerts today that we've got. There are 5 of them. Okay, it'd be pretty simple if you have this window. I don't know what you're looking at exactly. Okay, guys, just a quick. I want to demonstrate the power of trade ideas using this momentum scan. Okay, which sets us apart from most other programs that are out there, especially the screeners. So in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 20. I mean, it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, almost 10:30 Eastern time. Volume has to be at least 500,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. Volume in the last minute at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And the stock has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. I run through these. It's just the theory behind all this, though, is that if all these values are met, all these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay? Now, this is in the don't repeat version. If you load it from my home page, you'll have the repeating version, which means you'll see the stock over and over again as it kept making a new high. You don't have to look at it like this, but these are all real-time alerts. At the time of the alert, this was the all-time, or not the all-time high, the daily high. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it, but you can make changes. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe there's a filter you want to add in here. Go ahead. And that's the power of trade ideas, really, because again, there are many screening programs out there. And this is the screening. First, we can screen. Using filters to screen, typical. And then you just rank them. You just sort on your column headers, whatever column header you want. So if I wanted to see the stocks that or had the biggest relative volume of the day, or stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, down the most from yesterday's close, things like that. That's what screeners typically do. And in this case, I'm using the screening aspect just to show me stocks that have changed the most within a 5-minute period. Okay, that's what this is doing. Change the most within a 5-minute period. So here's the STSS. Huge, huge. NAMI, 8%. So it pulled back. It pulled back. So it looks like it's trying to challenge the VWAP. Whoa, I've been so distracted this morning. I've missed a few really nice ones from the gap up and go. So this is this scan right here, guys. This is the gap continuation or reversal. This is the don't repeat version of it. So this is what I'm talking about when I say don't repeat. What I can do is I can take this scan, okay, and this is a multi-strategy window, and I can say, well, okay, I only want to see the first time of the alert. Okay, the price was the time of it and the price. Then I can go back and see, well, what happened from there? So here's the SERV as an example. You can see right there, 1138 was the first alert. It at least got up to 1199. The NCNO, which I was just talking about, the first alert was at 3321. It's at 3372 now. This is the don't repeat version of this. AHL 3649. It made just a little move. So this might be something I want to look at right now. I think this is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Okay. And so this is a multi-strategy window. It has 4 scans in here. That's what typically a multi-strategy window, that's why it says M, is used if you don't have a lot of screen space on maybe you only have one small monitor or even one big one. I've got 3 big ones, so screen space is not an issue. But what I do like to do is group similar scans together. These are all gap scans. And so if I right click on it, you're going to see what it's looking for. A gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and a gap down and go. So gap up and go, at the time of the alert, the stock had already gapped up. First, remember what the gap is. It's the first trade of the day. Had to be a certain percentage, a certain dollar amount. And then at the time of the alert, it was making a new high. And that's when you get the alert. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but you'll get the alert then. Gap down and reverse means it gapped down and started to reverse. It gap up and reverse, it gapped up, and now it's starting to reverse on the way down. And then the gap down and go, which I don't have too many today. It gap down, and then at the time of the alert, it was still moving down. So that's what that particular. Now, you don't have to have them all checked. For instance, maybe you only want to go long strategy. So the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, these are 2 long strategies. If you just wanted to, and so you would uncheck these 2 if you don't want to short. If you just want to play reversal type scans, you would uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go. Any questions about it, you can ask me. So this, I think, is the line now for this buy, I think. We're very, very close. Did I say 46? Oh, no, not quite. I think that's the all-time high right here, 46.50. Let's do it. Let's just put price alert right there. And you can see there's a little R right there, guys. Now, if it happens that now in about an hour and a half, Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream. I'm sure he's going to go over the money machine and the latest. Hopefully, the beta will be released so you guys can have access to the money machine only if you're a premium subscriber and only in simulation mode. But he'll shed light on it, I'm sure. He'll also that little R right there. That is a resistance line that is drawn. Well, I see Shady's PTNM actually won a race. It hasn't quite moved. Let me get through that VWAP probably. Boy, another nice one from the well, next one actually from our AI also SERV, SERV. So next high looking left, it's getting right into that 1210. 1211 is the next high. Next high after that is 1220. Next high after that is 1240. So and you can see the R right there, the R line right there. Man, I wish I paid more attention to the STSS at the beginning. I mean, right there, great break right there. What time was that? That was at 10:10. So it had rested. Volume came in, popped it, came back a little bit, and then just soared. Well, I talked about it in the pre-market, Dak, but I had some issues. So, well, evidently some name guy, I think his name is David Lazar, I want to say, is taking a 19.99% or had to disclose. Oh, wait a minute. I might be wrong. He's a director. I might be wrong. I think that was NBY. I might be wrong. But this guy, this director, about 40,000. I think I'm wrong about the Lazar at 11:36. So that was disclosed, I think, yesterday. I wonder if it's the NB. It can't be the NBY. It cannot be. Well, I can't remember. I can't remember where I saw that guy's name. What stock it was. Can't remember now. Sort of sad. Canada Goose is going to go private. Looks like they're going to go private. They got a bid, I think, to take them private. 1440 is the next high. Hey, Dak, 1% there, please. I'm happy, but could always do better. Not in the stock section. Yeah, I mean that is still boy, Steve. Steve Gomez is going to be really happy today because he's got some of this RR. I think that's starting to talk about that, and that's when I was having my issues. So yeah, he sold a little bit yesterday. I think around the 270 mark, but he's going to be very happy with his RR. Yeah, just try not to put stuff like that in the specific stocks. Just a comment. Guys, keep an eye on SMMT. Okay, SMMT. This is below the day, kind of crazy action. I mean, the news looked awesome. A lot of analysts piled into this one and put some pretty lofty price targets on it. Hasn't helped at all. I mean, look where it closed. It got up to, I think it was even higher in the pre-market. It closed down at 27, and it's even getting, so right there is that might be the support on a daily chart, 2476. Looks like it got right to the penny. I'm going to put a price alert right there and see if it takes that out. Well, whether they're okay, Raj. The question is in our main room, which scanners can I use for swing trading large cap? So we do have a couple of swing trading channels. Whether they're and you can take a look at them. Okay, so if you click on New from the toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, uh, I I don't know whether or not these are going to be large cap or you can check. You can check out. Well, these are swing picks. Okay, so you can take a look at the swing picks. These are the 5 per week. You can take a look at. When you click on it, you're going to get an email will pop up. Not an email, but something will pop up that looks like this. Good idea, swing picks, and you'll see 5 of them. Now, whether they're large cap or not, you can just some of them might be. I don't see any right here. Okay, I don't know if you consider. Well, Suncor is probably a large cap. So you can take a look. There are 5 every week. You can also take a look at this channel, the Trader's Eye. These are curated swing ideas. Again, whether or not they're, some of them might be larger cap stocks. Okay, guys. So this Sats, just talking about this Sats right here. This is it's not technically, I guess, an all-time high, but I went back to 2019 and I couldn't find any high. So I mean, it's at 91%. So it's technically not an all-time high. May as well be. Tremendous news for the company yesterday. How many years ago was that, William? I mean, I went back to 2019, so I didn't scroll back any further. And I see STSS just resumed from its halt and made the pop. Okay, guys, we're actually very close. Okay, we've got, what did I say? We have about 800,000 in the float for STSS. Checked dilution tracker, and it's a million. So we're very close. It's very, and remember, and you can ask Dan that question. You know, we're supposed to be we're supposed to have signed a deal with dilution tracker. So now we'll have the same float values as they will. So this is an example of real-time alerting, guys. Okay, you see that these are all new highs. Well, looking at the STSS, and they made a new high at 1046. 1803 was. These are all. This is these are all real-time alerts that you're getting here. Boy, this summit looks so weak. So there's the low right there of 2478, and it got just below it, 2473. And there's the next low looking left is 2569. All right, guys. Well, I'm in it, the summit, just under the 80 mark. I had a little pop up and then it popped down. Actually, 75 mark, sorry. And that's on a short. It might be sort of a scalp type trade for me because I mean, I did get up here, and if some decide enough is enough. It's just that I'm attracted to this. Broke down through that daily low right there. It's the cloud. The wave is still weak. A little bit of a respite right there on that blue bar. Continuation. This is almost like a red bar or green bar ignored. I know the color is blue, but didn't have to worry about the uptick rule. It's only down 8.5%, so I didn't have to worry about the uptick rule. At an instant fill, lots of volume, lots of shares at Interactive Brokers, 438,000 right now. All right, little move on the PTNM. I'm following that one. I know Shady is in this one. PTNM. It's sort of, I think it's testing the VWAP again. Again, I'm not expecting a crazy move in this summit, but no. The summit, no, I did not, Grumpy. Pesky, yeah, PSKY. Let's see what's happening with that merger, Skydance and Paramount. Not much. So you're looking at potential short here, guys. I mean, it's taking out this area right here, 15. The next low looking left is 13.95. Thoughts on Vonage? That's Vonage, right? VG, or maybe not. No, I always think it's Vonage. Well, okay. The first thing I look at is that the relative volume is very low. It's only 0.37. That means it's only trading. The volume is very low compared to what it's been doing. So there's that. UBS. Let's see, they came out coverage buy and a target of 18. Okay. The high yesterday was 13.25. It would have to take that out, I guess. But for me, it's just not interesting enough because the relative volume is so low. Big float. But don't let me stop you. And then the other one you asked about next. See, it depends what you're asking me about. Are you asking about an intraday trade or are you asking me about a longer term trade? Uh, Same thing, the volume is very low for me. The relative volume is only 0.86. The next high is 1094. So, it's got to get through that. Well, I have I'm definitely the wrong person to ask about long term. First of all, I wouldn't take it. If you wanted next, I wouldn't take it unless you broke through 11. You've got a high right there, the daily. The next high then would be 1122. That's pretty close still. maybe taking a longer term view, weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, it's trying to come back. I mean, last week's low was 930. No question about that. So, but for me, it's just got too many areas it could stall. And if it stalled at it, so if you took it right now, where would you put your stop at the low of the week? All right, guys, I am starting to watch the INHD again in case but there's the VWAP. I mean, it's kind of far enough away, but I wouldn't take it now. For me personally, I would have to wait, same for a VWAP break. So I'll put 528 as an alert. I mean, it got up to six something, so it may be one of those late days. Okay, guys, it's almost 11 o'clock. So in about an hour, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, he will start his own YouTube feed, okay, stream. So again, we have all those money machine questions, maybe even a question about the new provider we're going to have. Yeah, L. So let me bring up Brokerage Plus. Should be this column. Today P&L. Okay, today P&L, and I can't use this. It's broken for me. I'm just waiting for the beta. That should be the today P&L. So if you don't have that column, these are just columns you can add. Okay, so if you right click on the body, if you don't have that column, right click on the body and columns. And here we have way too many columns, way too many columns to pick from. But one of them is today P&L. This is a warrant for York, I guess. Yeah, York W. Oh, I see Shady is in INHE. Okay, well, good luck on it. Obviously, I was thinking about maybe waiting for the VWAP, but I know you don't care with the VWAP and all. But I've been kind of watching this. So no, he starts his own stream. Grumpy. So he starts his own stream, and I'll, before I leave, I'll give you the email. not the email, but the YouTube stream or the link. Ah, thank you, Dale. Nice, shady on the PTNM so far. So it broke through the VWAP. Funny, broke through, came back down, it tested again, and now it looks like it's getting clear of it. 189 is the next high looking left. So Dale, you subscribe to Premium because you want to have access to our AI. Is that why? Talking to Dale in our YouTube room. Okay, so just to let you know, in case this is what I would do. Okay, so if you can see my screen, I'm assuming you can see my screen. This is how I would follow the AI trades or the alerts today. Okay, and every day. So this window right here, this is all I would look at. Don't go to the channel. Channel is way too much. It's complicated in my opinion. Okay, make it simple. So if you click on new from the toolbar, and then you see I have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick that middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. Now, the variation on it is probably when you load it, probably profitable trades is checked. Uncheck it. I would want to see the alerts all day long. They may set up different areas, even if it's under, like below the alert price. And the other thing to do is if you don't already have it, you probably don't if you just started, add the reentry price column. Okay. And if you don't know how to do that, just click on the body of it and right click on it, go to columns, and then it's alphabetical. Just scroll down until you see reentry. At least get the reentry price. You can do the other two if you want, but so you left click on it to highlight it and left click it over, and then it'll appear as a column. And then what happens is you will get a now. This is not work from that, but many days this you're going to see a lot of great reentries. And how to get a reentry is that the stock has to hit the stop at some point. Remember, there's always a stop, and then if it gets halfway between that original alert price and the stop, I'm pointing at BHR right now. In this case, that was 286. That gives you so if you didn't take it the first time, or if you took it the first time, you got stopped out. There's an opportunity to take it at a slightly better price. In this case, it's not working, but many times, I've said this many times. Using the reentry, a lot of people just wait for reentries. Now you notice there's only one today, and some days you may not get any. But a lot of people just wait for the reentries, and that's how they trade the AI. You don't have to. I mean, you can, but the AI is meant to be used as a watch list. So I mean, this has been pretty good. The SERV has been good. Yeah. So if you go to info, so yeah, I'll just go to info at trade-ideas.com and give them your email address and ask them that you want to use Barry. I'm assuming you're going to go monthly. So Barry 22. Oops. Okay. And they'll take care of you. And I appreciate that. Only on an annual. Okay. Only on an annual for the premium. And I wouldn't necessarily do that. You have to know you want the product. Okay. I would not do an annual unless you absolutely know, even on the standard. Going month to month is okay. You can always upgrade later to an annual, maybe not at 28%, but certainly 25%. You can always get you a code for 25%. All right, Summit. Let's see, how much more do you have now from me? Trying to ride this wave, guys. Ride this wave down. Turning out to be a pretty decent short for me now. Just keep putting price alerts. Which leads to the next subject, guys. Look at the cloud wave. You know, this orange right there. This is helping to keep me in the trade. Oh, I'm sorry. Trade-ideas.com. Yeah, it's info at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, I posted it just above. Okay, -ideas.com. Yeah, but those. Well, okay. Before I talk, these are SPACs, right? Yeah. I mean, Monica, I don't know how interested you are in SPACs, but I'm not. You're right. It is an IPO though, starting to trade, but it is a SPAC, so it's super, super, super early. So it's a SPAC when it ends in U. Okay, guys, man, I had no opportunity to take a look at any of these the gainers here. LGPS is on. Well, it had a move. Okay, let's pull back a bit. Got into the VWAP. Look at the volume. I look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. 217, guys. Let me bring back my daily chart to see if there's something closer to that. I don't see it. So probably a low float. Yeah, it's another. It's out of Japan actually. Okay, guys. INHD. Yeah, it's trying to make that move. I have my alert set right around the VWAP area. VWAP is at 527. Well, this is giving me a lot more than I thought it would. Okay, the summit on the short. I'm going to put another price alert. Price alert. What's the volume I like now for that INHD? Just trying to find where I can click on it instead of having to type it in. So of course, now it's interesting. The relative volume is still 203. I mean, I thought it would get skewed by this a couple of days ago. Of course, the volume was about 200 million. Still a lot of volume. Very low float. Okay, INHG, we're leading a race right now. We're only a minute into this race. So again, guys, nobody's asking anything about the races, but what these numbers refer to over here. So for instance, the PTNM at 3%, that means since the race started about a minute ago, a little over a minute ago, this has moved the most, moved 3% compared to all the other stocks. And at the end of the race, there will be a winner declared. You can see that PTNM has won 3 races so far. STSS has won 4 races so far. Now, if you loaded my race from the beginning of the day, you'll have a different top 10 list. I sort of kind of rebooted this race, okay? Made a change. But you see, there's a top 10 list now. So if you're kind of new to trading, or not even if you're new to trading, you're just looking for a focus, some list to focus on all day long. See, there it is. I mean, now it's 6.8% for the PTNM. And you don't have to wait for a race to be over or for, to click on just the top stock. You can click on anything you see here, actually, just to see what is happening. So, there's the STSS. Can't quite see the percent, but it is 1.6%. So, since the start of the race, that's how much it's moved since the start of the race. We are now almost 3 minutes into this race. And now it's an 11% move for PTNM. So if you want to follow these, these are typically they are lower float stocks. I don't have a float. I'm not using the float filter at all. I'm just looking for stocks that are moving the most at the beginning of the race, and it's based on this top list. All races start from a top list window. Okay, so here's the top list it's based on. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume has to be at least 200,000 shares. It has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So that, I mean, really not a lot of filters in here, okay? So the whole idea of the race, though, is now I've limited to just 50 stocks, I think. That's something that I put the record count at 50, I think. Now that's 100 again. I'm going to make the change tomorrow. I think that the big, because you have to consider what's happening in the race. It has to look through 100 stocks all the time, okay, and see which ones are moving the most. So I'm probably going to limit it to 50 tomorrow. They're probably not going to make any difference in the stocks I see, really. But here's a stock. If I go right down to the bottom here, I'll go right to the bottom. What if, I mean, just what's a stock that a lot of us know? Well, Flint had some news this I think might have even been an earnings play, but the bottom line is this. What if this one, ARMN, okay, it's up 2.8% from yesterday's close. What if all of a sudden it just started to move? It was up 3%, 4%, 5%, 10%. How would you ever know that? Okay, you would not, unless you were staring at this list of stocks, okay, you would never know what stock is really moving. or you wouldn't know how much it's moving. Even if you were staring at this, right? Or, well, I'm going to say it. Good for me on the summit chart. So that's the whole idea of the race, though. It's just going to show you what in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most since the start of the race. That's what it's doing. So instead of having to stare at a list of stocks to see, well, what one is kind of moving up, it'd be crazy. And so what happens is you'll see the stocks as they're moving up. So here's KIT right now. I haven't seen this one at all today, I don't think. So it's moved 3% since the start of the race. We're almost 2 minutes into this race. So click on it, just see what's happening. Okay, and you can see it's actually at the high of the day. They don't all have to be at the high of the day, of course. But if you start to see something moving in this list, you don't have to wait for number one for it to be at the top. You don't have to wait for the race to be over before you click on something. Here's NAMI was very active earlier. You can check it out to see what is happening with it. Maybe it's setting up, you have to have some kind of a trading style or plan, but maybe it's setting up in a way in which you like. But also understand the top 10 list is going to be built for you automatically of stocks that you can then follow all day long. So a couple of questions. How do you set the time frame since the start of the race? So are you talking about so I think Jeanette and Ozzy Ozzy in our YouTube room and Jeanette in the main room. You're wondering about the 4 minutes, how you set that. And remember, when the race is over, another one automatically begins. So how do you set that is if you already have my race, I'm going to duplicate the race because I don't want to stop my race. Okay. So if you want to change the time frame or other things about the race, click on the square. That'll stop the race, and then right click in the box in here, and then click on Show Race Setup. Here's how you can set your time period. I've set it for 4 minutes. I've got 10 that I want to see. There's a part of me that says maybe only show 8, but I've got 10. That's what the race lanes mean. And I want to start at 9:30. Auto start at 9:30. Okay. So these are all how you can customize your race setup. Okay, so does that answer your question, Ozzy and Jeanette? So once the race is over, a new one will start. So we have a new one just started. Now, why am I running 4-minute races? I don't know. I honestly don't know. When the concept of races started, I know a couple of years ago, I picked 4. Could have picked 5, could have picked 3. I know I didn't want 10. I want to see enough. I want to see enough new stocks in this top 10 list. But it's totally customizable. So here's the STSS. So it's moving. What is it? So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see that it's right around the VWAP area. Remember, it doesn't have to be at the high of the day for it to be at the top here. It just has to be in that list of stocks, the one that is moving the most since the start of the race. Now, I like the concept of races, and the only reason I got rid of it is because it was really slowing down my machine. You heard my machine kind of whirring at the beginning of the day. It's fine now. And I found that I could probably no more. That depends. I'm doing a lot of different things too. But even I think Rick told me or put in the other day, he's got a gaming machine, and he found that running 2 races really slowed it down. So the races do, because think about it, especially if you're topless, and I want to reduce my topless number to 50. But if it's got to look through 100 stocks over and over and over and over and over and over and over again to see which one is moving the most, That's a big drain. With this INHD is, for me anyway, it's really starting to set up the way it's pacing. It's that out there, that VWAP. It could have another great run in it. The high today was, I think, 608. My price alert, you see that little blue line set right there. Right around the VWAP area, Yael. So the VWAP for INHD is around 527. I mean, it may not stop it, but I'm just being a little conservative and thinking, well, it could stop it for a while anyway. And so right now, if you see my 5-minute chart, see that purple line? That purple line right there is just underneath it. It could fly right through it. And I'll be ready. I think I'll be ready. Typically what I'll do if I really, really want it, I'd like to see the volume increase a little, but is in interactive brokers, I'll put what I'll say a limit price. I'll take it. And, my limit price might be completely different. It's not just talking to you, Yael, but, for instance, I might put a price at 530. And so if it powers through that, and that's how I can, usually get the fill I want. But I'm not doing it in auto fashion. Okay, guys, I have taken some off the Summit short. Okay, it went a lot further than I thought it might, but I'm holding on because this is not changing. See, it's just sort of. I'm gonna look at a 2-minute chart to see if we've got a little blue in it. Not yet, but it's starting to curl a little bit. So I mean, it's beautiful. It got down to 37. So I'm in at 24.75. So had a fairly tight stop on it. So it's a good risk reward for me. But I'll hold on to some because this has not changed. It's still orange. I mean the trend is still weak. But I'm not going to be stupid about it because it's starting to curl just a little bit. Got a little bit of room, guys. This SLDE, it has a little bit of room. 1401, it's above that high. That high was yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 1398, a little bit above it. The next high looking left, so there's a little bit of room. 1442 to move if it wants to. My eyes are on INHD though. Okay, guys, I am going to confirm it's going to be Dan, okay, and our who's going to start a YouTube stream at around noon. Just want to confirm it. Give me a moment, guys. I mean, actually, the my way of looking at it, the INHD is trading really, really nicely. Just creating a nice little base here, nice base for that potential pop through the VWAP and onwards and upwards, maybe. So close. Now, this is not something I'm going to hold when I take my break. Okay, I cannot do that. But that's not for 30 minutes. So if I do take it. But look what it did. It got right into the VWAP area, and said no this time anyway. So let's see how many times it tests the VWAP and maybe eventually gets through it. Okay, we got a confirmation. So it will be Dan, okay, starting a YouTube stream, his own stream at noon, so in about half an hour from now. Okay, PSNY, what's happening with this one? And the only reason I have this one up and running, really, the biggest change in 5 minutes is just to look at pullbacks. Okay, that's the only reason, really. I mean, this one is showing me this is almost the same. Okay, except this one will show pullbacks. This one will not, of course, it's because it has to be moving higher since the start of the race. So it's not going to show any pullbacks here. So here's the PTNM pulling back a little bit. You can see right there. Now, if you didn't take this one the first time, there's the VWAP right there. So maybe it pulls back to the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP acts as support, and it moves off that again. This slide might be a sneaky one, guys. I mean, the SLDE might be a sort of a sneaky one. I mean, it's still trying to hang around that 14 level. Now, I was hoping this would happen. I was actually hoping this would happen because people ask, how do I use? No, look at KISS. Were you looking for a short on KISS, Grumpy, ASS? But how do I use the trade wave? It helps me to keep in the trade. It's that simple. Look at this. Well, that's not even that's on a 2 minute. I usually only have a 5 minute up. Remember, I did take some off right around here, right around the 43 cent mark. Just add a little protection. But in my old days, 3 weeks ago, I probably would have taken everything out of here. But this allows me to hold on to the trade way longer than I ever used to. I'm not worried about buy flags or sell flags. It just allows me to sort of telling me, the trend is still weak. As long as I keep seeing orange, it's still weak. I will check the 2 minute, to see if there's been a transition to blue, but none. So that kept me in the trade. Now this is turning out to be, quite frankly, a great trade for me. Hey, INHG guys are getting close again to that VWAP. I think you just have to click on it. Report, you talking about that? Yeah, don't click on the X. Give me a moment, guys. I think you have to have a bigger. I never click on it. Yeah, I think you. Well, that's one way. I guess clicking on it, but that gets rid of. No, there's got to be. You know what? I can't remember the last time I ever opened it. I didn't really care about it. Pepe probably knows. I mean, that's one way to do it. To just toggle on and off, but there's got to be a better way. Okay, Pepe. So get the trade wave report. Thought there'd be an X up here. Yeah, you have to find the trade wave report at the top. Okay, I thought that was it. It's just hard to see. Can you see what I'm pointing at? The trade wave report is now on the top, and I click on it and it goes away. So there's a trade wave report. I guess it depends on the size of your, and I can just sort of see it up here. You click on it and it goes away. So it's a toggle on and off. More than likely, it's very visible on a bigger chart. Let me just see. Yeah, see, it's way. You'd see it if your chart. My chart wasn't. It's not that big, I guess, because you can see it right there easily on a bigger chart. Okay. There should be a better way though. Because why should I have to? I mean, I can see it there, but why should I have to expand the chart to see a bit of it? Yeah, see, now I can't see it. So there should be something in here, close or something like that, instead of having to go, and expanding my chart so I can see it. Ah, okay. There's another one. Ah, that's even better. Okay. Thank you, boy. So you see what we did there? To get rid of it, just click on another symbol. I mean, it doesn't take any time to do that, but then if you want to still see that chart, you got to go back to it. But at least that does get rid of it. But there should be somewhere within that box of a clear. Yeah, it's hit it again. You're right. INHG hit it again. I mean, maybe the third time lucky. What is it again? I mean, it's right there, 527. I mean, it's right there, guys. If we get a volume burst right through it, I'm probably in that trade. But yeah, 30, 1137. I will not hold on while I'm on my break. There's some volume coming in there also. And there's volume. Don't get me wrong, 110,000 shares, but I see a little volume bar that sticks out a bit. Now, will I hold on to Summit? Yes. I'm still going to I'll be doing some exercises. I'll be sitting in front, but I don't, Summit should not be as volatile as an INHD, where I literally have to be sitting down. All right, guys, you know what? I decided to, you had that little support. I'm out of most of my Summit, out of most of it. I just noticed a little support line right there, which of course is the low of that day right there. So it almost got right down to that low. Let me just get rid of the browser. Within a dime of that low, guys, within a dime. So it wouldn't surprise me if you finally get this wave turning blue. But always look left, and that's what I was definitely aware of that low. I have this feeling INHE is going to move without me because it's just the potential energy that's being built up. The cloud wave on the 2 is still very strong trend. I'm sure on the 5 it's going to look the same. See, it's flatter. See a little orange. See the indecision, a little indecision still. You know, it's a little flatter. Nope. My break is something I don't deviate from. Fascinating though. I mean, it's just sitting at that VWAP area. Can't bring it up on my screen right now, but if you guys, you might want to take a look at DCI. DCI is an earnings play. It's at almost at the high of the day. A little more expensive, $81. DCI is an earnings play. The reason I'm not bringing it up, I want to keep my eye on HP here. I do have a thumbnail, my other one of my other monitors, but I want to keep it front and center right here, just in case. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not in anything. I did get rid of my SMMT. We'll see if that little resistance area did hold it, or support area, I guess we call it that support area. Let's see if it does hold it. Well, you know, for a stock that trades that's so volatile, I mean, these are really narrow candles, really narrow. Look at the wave. I mean, it's very narrow. I'm talking about the INHG. Contrast it to earlier on, of course. I mean, 1 cent spread. Ooh, thought you would ask of 39, 31. Guys, the SLDE, it's starting to slip up, go up. SLDE, mentioned that one around the 14 level, starting to inch its way up. SLDE. Well, you mean you can kind of see the power of the VWAP right here. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stall forever, but I mean that's you know, in my opinion anyway, the power of the VWAP. I mean, it is just hanging around that area. At some point, I hope it pops through it, but And I'm talking about the INHE, that purple line on my chart, acting as so far as a resistance area. So far, for quite a while. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 30 minutes, which is an eternity if you're day trading. Well, sorry guys. I mean, I'm just waiting on this. If I take this, it'll probably be just a quick scalp because I don't have enough time to hold on to it. Now, Dwayne, when you say restricted to SKBL, do you mean you cannot trade it, or they're just warning you that it's not volatile? There's the SKBL. I see it right there. GP, there are shares available, 42,000 at Interactive Brokers to short SKBL. I remember the last time I sold. Now, there's where I have this buy at an all-time high. I could have sworn they flashed to 43,000. Let me make sure. Yeah, I have SKBL 42,000 available to sell short. Not that I'm going to do it, but now, Dwayne, I want you to take good notes. You've been awesome at putting little notes about what Dan talks about. No, no pressure. Your stenographic skills are very good. Or stenographical skills are very good. Well, why? Well, the interesting thing is that there was a red box flash, but then it turned to a green for SKBL. Not that I'm going to short it, but Anyway, it doesn't. Oh, all right, guys. So it's a little bit above the VWAP now. INHD, a little bit above it. Right back at the VWAP. Nice. So teasing right at the VWAP. INHG, guys. 530, 531 in the bid ask. So it's a couple of pennies above, but time's running out for me. Right, right. Popped up to 530, and I was almost going to take it, and then it came right back down into the VWAP. The VWAP is 527, so that's an area, okay? It's the area of the VWAP. Like, look at that. It's trading 1% above the VWAP. I can believe it's not that. That's 1%, but I guess so. 5 cents, 1% of 530. Yeah, I guess it was. No, race is not anything to do. I mean, you can. I don't know if there's going to be a way with races that you can actually take the top three in the race, but it's my race has got nothing to do with the money machine. You can understand that question, okay? And you're right. Different start times will have different, and also different top lists will generate different symbols. Okay, guys, 11:54. So don't go yet, okay? And I think I think this link is will get you there. Problem is, if you click on it now, you'll probably be taken into my stream. So I would wait till maybe 12:01. There might be another link though for this stream, but I'll put it in here now. So wait, I would wait till say 12:01 before you click on the YouTube link. Okay, so Pepe's got maybe a better link. I don't know. Oh, it has been created. Oh, okay. Well, that's even okay. Thank you. It's been created, but nobody's there yet. Okay, so I'll put that here. Well, guys, I mean, the power of the VWAP area. I mean, the INHD. I mean, the area. It just did not want to real. I thought, I almost took it. I mean, right there, I thought, okay, now do it. And just as I was going to take the trade, it started to move back down into the VWAP. Anyway, I will 11:56, so I'll be taking off pretty soon. Like I could probably take off now, but I'll wait till noon. Okay, this is the link. Just give me a minute, Bill. Okay. Okay, that should be the link. There's nobody there yet. Okay, guys, so I'm probably going to lose most of the people on YouTube. They're probably going to click on that link and go to listen to Dan for his 12 to 1. You can come back into the YouTube, into my stream afterwards if you want. I'm going to take off now, guys. Okay, it's 11:58, so I'll see you in about an hour. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'm muting myself in the YouTube room now. All right, guys. I guess I am back. I am back. Well, I don't guess. I am back. So, Dwayne, I've just been watching what you've been posting about what Dan was talking about. I didn't have a chance to listen to him. So, that is a compare count window. Okay, Pramod. I mean, I don't have the one he's got necessarily, but I can give you a reasonable facsimile, probably. No, this is just comparing. It's sort of taking competing strategies or competing scans. And so these are movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares. There are other um, filters in place with no relative volume filter versus the ones to the downside. And it's just taking two, you take two different and two opposite strategies and compete against each other. That's basically what it is. So if I looked at the configuration of the green, is looking for stocks that are between 50 cents and three. So you can obviously what you can do is you can modify this. So these are up at least 2%. These are making new highs, pre-market highs, post-market highs. Okay. And if I looked at the other one, they're making new lows, pre-market lows, and they're down at least 2%. Okay. So you're taking kind of two different scans that are similar, but going in the opposite directions. No, I don't have a link for my layout. You can just pick and choose what you want. Okay. So if you go to my home page, ah, so if you click on my homepage link, you can just kind of pick and choose what you want. So here is there's the Labor Day sale, guys. So 28% off the premium annual, 22% off the other plans. Okay. Ah, no, not use trade work. You can use Barry 28 and Barry 22. Just give me a moment. I might have to have them change that. But here are my scans right here. You can pick and choose which ones you want. Okay. Just give me a moment. I'm sure Barry 22 is working. So, and just give me one moment. And one more, just give me one more. Just trying to do something here. Yeah, my computer is, for whatever reason, I think I know what's going on. It's trying to do that stupid update, even though I've told it not to. Okay. So yeah, so I don't share my layout. I just share the scans you might want to have. Okay. And it's up to you to pick and choose which ones you might want to have. I'm sharing this one. I'm sharing this one. I'm sharing this one. I'm sharing this one. I don't have my chart shared because your time frame is going to be very different from mine. And I'm sharing this. So really, everything you see here, I'm sharing. You just have to pick and choose them. Choose them. Okay. You may not want all of them. Then I'm also sharing this, the gap continuation or reversal scan, and also the abnormal option activity. And sorry, the combo scan, the 10 option activity plus a 10-day daily break combo Pepe scan. Okay, I'm sharing that one also. Okay, how about Mob here? I haven't seen Mob all day. MOB, Mobilicom, MOB out of Israel. The only difference if you load my momentum scan, it's going to be the repeating version. So you'll see the symbol over and over again every time it makes a new high. Okay. In this one, I've just said, now I rebooted Trade Ideas, so I don't have all the original alerts, but I'm only going to see it the first time. That's what I want to do. You don't have to do the same thing. Guys, I think I mentioned this DCI when it was breaking 80. This is an earnings play. I think I mentioned it right around here, or on the, oh, maybe not. Maybe it was 81. I can't remember now. Yeah, it was probably 81. I mean, look how well it was basing just over the VWAP. So I guess Dan said Friday or Monday. So what the comment about the market, the money machine, the comment I didn't understand, data release will not include supporting things. What is it? What did that mean, Dwayne? This is a watch list for me. Yeah. Just a watch list. Nothing more, nothing less. Some days it's really good. Some days it's kind of blah. But it's a watch list for me. That's all it is. Today is not what I would call a great day. I was kind of hoping that kind of hoping that the BHR on the reentry might have a pop in it, but it didn't do it. Is it the one I shared on my webpage? I do not share the AI on my. You're talking about my homepage. I don't share the AI on my homepage. If you're talking about this, I don't share it. I'll display it every now and then, but I'm not sharing it. If that's what you mean. Exactly. The AI is only accessible to premium subscribers. Exactly. That's the only reason people take our premium service, really. I mean, and again, maybe if the money machine does become available, simulation mode, you'd need our premium service. And of course, if it becomes available with real time trading, you'd need our premium service. So this one should be really interesting to keep watching, guys. This PTNM. Keep watching. Right there, 191. Imagine if it takes out 217. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. If it does, then I don't remember what happened here, but this got up that week. It got up to 1480. Closed down here though, but be interesting to see if it has any sort of follow through. How is Nvidia trading right now ahead of earnings this afternoon, after hours? I would call that, basically a holding pattern. Up, UP. Let's see, UP over the whole number, 3. Underneath the VWAP though, which is 315, so that prevents me. A lot of volume coming into PT. Where they're coming up with that name. Okay, guys, it's now 1:20, so one last look at my homepage, including now. Don't use the promo code that you see on it. I mean, you could, but easier to remember, Barry 22, Barry 28, I think. And if you use my code, for sure, the room gets credit. So, oh, he did change it. Okay. Okay. So 28% off the premium annual, you use Barry 28, 22% off the other plans, the 2 monthlies or the standard annual, you use Barry 22. Okay. So they're trying to, obviously give you a more of a break if you take out a premium annual subscription. Well, again, all I ask, please use my code. Helps to keep the room free. Trade of the week is down here. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do that before you contact us, please. If you check those two areas and you're still not getting it, by all means, contact us. Oh, he already has spoken. I'm sure he's done by now. Rick, between 12 and 1 Wednesdays, Eastern Time. So he's done. Click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, first thing right here, getting started with trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas, what I would do is start off with the second video. They're all very short. It'll give you an idea about whether or not it's a good fit for you. Okay. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are, middle section. This one, this is right here, the most up in 5 minutes. Momentum scan is down here. Looks a little different just because I put the prop in the don't repeat section. I said don't repeat for the day. I just want to see this. I just want to see it for the first time. That's it. So it gives me the price it happened at. Now, I obviously we would have seen these a lot earlier, but I did a reboot of trade ideas, so I'm don't have all the original ones from the early on in the day. Combo scan. Well, wait a minute. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Here is the combo scan, as I call it, right here. That means combo scan. And then here is the continuation or reversal scan right here. So sort of a la carte, pick and choose what you might like. And as far as the, your charts are concerned, I mean, most people have their own preference of what sort of charts they want to see. Charts, as in time frames, even the indicators you want. So Velo had an interesting day yesterday. No, actually, it was the day before. It got up to 505, and then it closed at 369. A little bit of a pop yesterday. Trying to come back again today. Well, let's put a price alert at 509. See at some point. Maybe not today, maybe never, but if it takes it out, it might keep on a bit of a run. Remember, this is not when it was trading as this company up here. It stopped trading in 2022. Right here, that's that daily candle up here. All right, guys, PLAB, PLAB. This is an earnings play, and it is it's inching its way up. 2421, 2404 was the alert at from our AI. It got as high as 2453, inching its way up. Okay, guys, let's see if PLAB has a bit of a run in it. Yeah, this is an earnings play. You can see it's not quite at the high of the day. Little bit of a sliver of white right there. So you can see it's not at the high of the day. The high of the day is, I guess, that opening 15-minute candle is 24.42. So it's getting closer. DCI at the high of the day. That's what that green cylinder means when it's right all the way over to the right-hand side. All right, guys. I don't know what this one is, but PHOE, Phoenix Asia Holdings got halted on the way down. Not very much volume. It resumed. Well, you missed it. It's right here. Yeah, WHLR right here. Wheeler right here, front and center on here and here, winning a race. WHLR coming into maybe some resistance around that 230 mark on the daily chart. Low float. Now, how low? I don't know. I mean, 358 is excessively low. So, as always, have to keep checking until we finally have her. By the way, did Dan mention dilution tracker at all? Probably nobody asked him, right? I would have asked him. So the float that dilution tracker has is about 1 million. So I mean, it's still low, but it's not 358,000. All right, guys, I'm definitely keeping an eye on the PLAB, the PLAB. It's still hanging over 24. It's an earnings play. It's pulling back just a little bit. If it pulls this area, I'll probably take it if it gets back into the 25 level, 25, 20, 24, 25-ish. Put a price alert in that area. Okay, so you can see there's a little pullback now for the PTNM, 182 down to 160. Market's still making a new high, I guess. Yeah, another new mark. Well, there it is up here, I guess. So still in the high, all-time high territory. What is not making a new high, it's still up for the day in a big way, but Kohl's is at the low of the day now. KSS at the low of the day. Ooh, STSS. What a pop. 1543 all the way up to 1631. Big pop. Could be a late dayer, guys. I mean, it could be. The high of the day was 1825. It's still hanging around the VWAP area. Still watching that PLAB, guys, the PLAB. It's, again, if it gets into the 24, 25 area, probably take an attempt at it. Okay, guys, listen, I don't see too many questions coming in. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put myself on mute. If there's a question, I'll come back on. I'll be hanging around. Well, I'll hang around past 2 if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'll probably take off for around 2. So yeah, what chart are you talking about on the left side of the chart? This is a chart. Okay, so is it just semantics? But what chart are you talking about? Explaining the low and the high. Okay, 5-minute chart. You're not talking about over here. That's the right hand side. So I'm not sure I understand. I'm looking at my 5-minute chart. Well, you're talking about the right hand side, not you said the okay, not the left hand side. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So this is what it means. Let's say I click on PTNM right now. You're suggesting that if I took the trade right now at 175, you put a stop at 170. That's that's a guide. That's the risk levels. That's what they're saying. And so that would be your stop. Your profit target is just double the difference. So if I took this at one, let's make the math easy. Took it at 175. The stop is 5 cents away. They just calculate the target, which I mean, what does that really mean? 10 cents away. Double the difference between where you entered and the stop. Okay. So every time you click on a symbol, it'll generate it. It's just a guide. You don't have to follow it, of course, but okay. No, no way to automatically know. I understand. You may not want to put a stop, where the system is generating it also. Okay. I think this is, not bad if you're just starting out, perhaps. I have personally never used it. Okay, guys. Yeah, INHD maybe are going to take out that high right up here. A lot of volume just came in. So again, and this that number will change, of course. It all depends on where you click on the symbols, on the at what time you click on the symbol. Okay. So that doesn't that's not the stop for the whole day. That's just if you click on like I'll click on True right now at 203. So they put the stop down here at 196. Okay, but if True got up to 210, you'd have a different stop. It all depends on where what was the price of the alert when you clicked on it, or the stop when you clicked on it. Make sense? It's going to change all the time. It's just telling you that if you took the stock trade right now, that is where you could put a stop. Boy, this sticks out. But hi, guys. Take a look at on the weekly. It has a ton of room on the no the monthly. I think you have to look at the monthly. Yeah, look at the monthly. I have to look 3 months ago, getting up to $20. Not saying it's going to get there, but look at the volume that came in. This is not the biggest volume 5 minute of the day, but it's certainly standing out. Enthusiasm. And I think we are just halted. We are halted right now. Halted. There's a halt right now. So it took out the high of the day, which was right up here, 607. And now anybody's guess. I mean, we've got 632 right here. Okay, that's not a big clue as to where it's going to open, but there's the halt, 631. Well, now the waiting game. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it will open at 149, 31 seconds. Obviously, I'm not on mute. And I don't think there was any news on this one today, was there? Just China stock going crazy. That's all. Yeah, there is no way. Um, Like, I don't think there's no way to adjust the size of these numbers over here. Just have to eyeball it. I mean, it's a dotted line. It's a red dotted line. Remember, it's just a guide, though. Okay, it's just a guide. I wouldn't necessarily follow it explicitly. It's just a guide. So, I mean, I can see it pretty easily. You know, I mean, the dotted line. I mean, it's showing me right at the dotted line. So that'd be 558 as an example. But there's no way to adjust that. You know, just have to go to the dotted line, and I agree. I mean, it should have, you know, somewhere even on the chart, but it doesn't. You have to go to the dotted line, and then you'll see it. But remember, it is just a guide, okay? It's not, I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, would you put a stop here, for instance, if you took if you took it up here? Would you really put a stop 5 cents away on NAMI as an example? If I were going to do it, I'd probably put it a little bit lower, but okay, guys, moment of truth is coming up. Again, what was the halt was at 144, so 149, 31 seconds. So in about 30 seconds from now, INHT comes out of its halt, if it's a 5-minute halt. And you know, right now, it looks like it'll be above. Looks like it. There's the halt price, 631, 648. Oh yes. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna put my announcement back up, guys. I mean, this has been nice end for INH. Well, I don't know if it's ended, but just give me a moment. So yeah, Al, this is what I would do. I mean, why don't you just take some trades in the simulator, okay, using the Smart Stop, okay? How for day trading? How can I benefit from this app? This is from Ali Ali. Well, you're in the right place. I mean, all we do is look for abnormal trading stocks. So that's what TradeEdge is excellent at doing. Okay, this is from our YouTube room. I mean, all we do all day long is find the stocks that are trading abnormally. First step, we have a great filter called the relative volume filter. So look at INHD as an example. It's trading 60 times normal. Okay, up to this point of the day, 54 million shares have traded, and that represents almost 61 times normal up to this time of day. So if you are day trading, that should be your number one goal, finding the stocks that are trading abnormally. And you just using this filter, putting say a minimum of, well, even 3 or 4. I've got some higher numbers, and in this one it's 20, but that'll help you find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, after that, you have to have some trading experience. Just because a stock is trading abnormally, volume wise, doesn't mean, you have to understand where to start to take the trade. Okay, so the number one benefit with trade ideas, if you're a day trader, is to be able to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. And that everybody's day trading goal should be that. You don't want to take a stock that is normally, if it's trading a million shares, but that's what it normally does, it's probably not going to be that interesting. But if it normally trades a million shares and today it's trading 100 million, that's probably pretty interesting. Things like that, Ali. Okay. So I hope you heard me. You're in YouTube, so I hope you heard me. That is what that's what we're excellent at. These are like a momentum scan as an example, just to show you. So you can create your own scans. You can with your own set of parameters. And I'm sharing my scans, by the way. But so in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks that are between $1 and $100. This is what I'm talking about. The current volume is at least 20. It's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute, sorry, the minimum volume I want to see is 500,000 shares, but the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So when you get an alert, you're usually seeing a big volume spike, and then it's got to be up 2% from yesterday's close. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Now you're only seeing it the first time. It's a little confusing, but the INHD we would have seen over and over and over and over and over again as it kept making a new high from 609. But what I did was I put a don't repeat for the day in this. Like you can do things like that. Okay, the typical use is though you see here. This is another type of a scan. You see as sats, you see it over and over and over again as it kept making a new high at every penny, which is okay. But in this one, I said, you know what? Just show me the first time I got the alert, and then so it shows me the time. Now I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. This was working from 9:30 Eastern, so you would have seen a lot more. And why I like seeing this is because then I can go back. I can click on an alert early or back and see, well, what did it do from there? I had an alert at a certain time and at a certain price. I can click on it and then I can check on the chart. Well, what did it do from there? But that's what we're really, really good at, real-time alerting. We have a lot of other types of what we call triggers, though. That in this particular case is just the new high of the day. But we have a lot of other. Okay, now I don't want to overwhelm anybody, but we have the reason we have so many of these different real-time alerts. All these icons represent real-time alerts. And then these are the filters that we've got. The reason we have so many is because when the company started in 2003, they thought most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they created all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters, so that if you had any trading experience, you could find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you wanted, which is what I did here. Now, that's what I want to see. But you can build your own scans from scratch. You can take the scans that I've got, modify them if you want. All depends on your trading style. All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock. So when you don't have a Trade Idea subscription, right? So I mean, if you wanted to try us, a little promo on right now, or you could just come into the room, every day and ask questions. Sort of. Actually, here's what I would do, Ali. Okay. So here's my homepage link. Again, I'm talking to Ali in our YouTube room. There's my homepage link. So if you click on my you have a subscription. Okay. When you said you're new, I thought you meant okay. So you do have a subscription. Okay. Well, if you're still new though, and you haven't done this, I would really recommend you do. If you go down to education section from my homepage, go to the education section. If you haven't done this already, and the getting started with trade ideas. Now I have to ask the question: are you trying to day trade, or because your original question was for day trading, how can I benefit from this app? But you've already taken out a subscription. Okay, so if you haven't done this already, the getting started, I would absolutely do it. You've probably already downloaded the program, so you don't have to do that. Well, we have a simulator also, Ali, that I would absolutely practice trading in, okay? We have a real-time simulator. I cannot show you how because there's a bug in mine, okay? And I'm waiting the new build should be out on Friday or Monday anyway. Just give me a moment. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, okay? Well, Monday's a holiday, isn't it? Actually, it won't be Monday. Monday's Labor Day, isn't it? So that'll be Tuesday. But anyway, this is Brokerage Plus, okay? So if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, here's how you can practice trading. Now, I usually like to show people how you can practice trading, but there is a bit of for the first time ever, there's a bit of a bug for me, not for you guys, because typically what you do is you just click on a symbol anywhere. So I've just clicked on, say I click on PTNM up here. It's supposed to load in the box. And then I pick how many shares I want to trade. Usually there's a drop-down menu, or I could type it in. I click buy and then send. That's how you can practice trading. So I would, for sure, practice before you commit money to the market if you're trying to day trade. Because Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It just generates the ideas. Doesn't mean every idea is tradable. Well, again, yeah, I don't use it for the buy and the sell flag. Okay. How I use it, which was, let's take a look at the SMMT earlier. I was in the short earlier, right? Back this out. Right. I think I was in the short right around here. So this kept me in the short. Now I'm not in it anymore, of course. But this kept the wave, the orange wave is trying to tell you that this is a weak trend still. So in the past I would have got a little jumpy on that little move up. I did take some out in this area, but riding the wave down, see if I can keep moving it, riding the wave down until it transitions to blue. It finally transitioned to blue here. That's how I use it. Okay. It's not so much, look, there's a buy flag there. Would I have taken it just because there's a buy flag? No. I use the trade wave. Usually I'm already in the trade. It's not because I saw a buy flag or a sell flag if I'm short. I'm usually in the trade. Maybe one of my scans alerted me to it. Something alerted to me, so I'm in the trade. And then once I'm in the trade, then I start to follow the wave. So I just find the wave helps to keep me in the trade a lot longer than I used to be in trades. So that's how I use it. And it depends on the time frame, of course. I mean, a 2-minute chart will look a lot different from a 5-minute. Here it's orange here. And here it's still blue. You see how it's flattening out though. So that's what I do. When I start to see it starting to flatten out, I check the 2-minute to see if it turned orange. And then if it did, I usually always will take some off if I haven't already. This may be a lot to digest, but I mean, to me, it's a great visual way of keeping in a trade and kind of telling you when you should start to get a little worried about being in the trade. That's how I use it. Yeah, usually, always, sometimes. So at the end of the day, Ali Wong, if you if you if you've exited all the trades, it will go back to 100,000 tomorrow. Okay. There's no way to delete that account or get rid of it and get it back to 100,000 today. But tomorrow it should be back to 100,000 if you're out of every trade. Okay. But that's it's a good point. So try to the question in our YouTube, in our main room, it says, I really messed up in the simulator doing stuff I would not do with real money. I'm reading that really slowly. So the whole idea of the simulator is not to play. I mean, I'm not dumping on you, Ali. I'm just talking in general now. The whole idea of the simulator is to treat it like it's your real account. So if you wouldn't do that with real money, then don't do it in the simulator. Otherwise, there's no benefit of practicing in a simulator. Okay. Try to treat it like it's a real account. And the other thing, if you've got a $5,000 account, if you have a $5,000 account, even though the trade ideas or the simulator gives you access to 100,000, don't trade like you've got 100,000 in your account. Trade like you've got 5,000 in your account. You can't make money in a simulator. You will never be able to make money live. But there's no guarantee. As Shady is saying, I mean, there's slippage, in real trading, things like that. But I would definitely, I mean, I'm still of the school that you should practice in a simulator, but treat it like it's real. You start off with 100,000. Okay, yeah. That's the default. But I can't, it's unfortunately I can't bring up. It's possible I can, but yeah. Sorry. So actually, in the simulator, I must be in a trade still. In the simulator. So they actually do give you 1 to 4, or buy. You have buying power 4 times the account value. So I can't even tell. It's all messed up for me right now. Okay, I mean, I'm just waiting for the next beta, and I'm sure that'll cure all this. Well, almost scooted out of that INHE now, guys. I mean, that was awesome. It got up to $7, a little over 7, but now we're at 586. So that could be it for the day. Nvidia is trading. Nvidia, how is it trading ahead of its earnings after hours today? So does that imply volatility still 6% for Nvidia, William? All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to head out now. So thanks for all the help. The main room will open at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Chris Farley will open the room from Trade Ideas. We'll open the main room at 7:30. I'll get on the mic at about 9. I'll try to open the YouTube room between 8:30 and 8:40. William says he will keep the room open today after I leave. The main room open today until about 3:50. For those of you who are still in YouTube, I can give you a link to come into what I call the main room. Give me a moment. I have no tab selected. This is my own layout, Ali. So this is my own layout. I'm not using anything from the channel bar. Again, you can have some of the things. Well, you can have everything you see. It's in my home page. I'll just show you, and I'm also going to show you if you want to come into the main room how you can do that. So if you click on my homepage link that I just put it, sorry, put it out there, and if you scroll down, middle section, here are my scans. So here are the ones that you can see. Okay, this is the most. This is this one, the most up in 5 minutes. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is the what happened to my momentum? Must have accident. Oh, I don't know what I did with my momentum scan. Oh, it's over my other monitor. Okay, here's the momentum scan. But I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at. Now, if you want to come into the main room, if you save my link, because if you want to come into the main room, just more action. There are more traders in there. Just save my homepage. Then you see where it says, scroll down a little bit. You see where it says trading room. That gets you into the main room. I call it the main room. YouTube's fine. You want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. There's just not a lot of interaction amongst traders in the YouTube room. It is no problem. You want to stay there, or anybody who's listening to me in YouTube. But when I go now, the main room is still open. Nobody, I'm not talking and no screen sharing, but there's still action in the room, and that'll be till about 3:50. Okay, so with that in mind, I will mute myself now in the main room, stop my screen sharing, and then end the stream in YouTube.